Yes.
Bali is an island of 1,000 temples and blessed by beautiful nature and culture. Bali always has a way to stand strong on its own with compassion and tolerance, without forgetting the character and culture of their people. The local wisdom is resembled in the vision of Udayana University as the oldest university in the island of the gods. Udayana University was established on September 29, 1958, and firstly initiated from the Faculty of Literature, which was originally a branch of Erlanga University. This faculty was inaugurated by Sukarno and officially established as Udayana University on August 17, 1962. Since its establishment, Udayana University has been committed to produce graduates in accordance with the vision of the university: excellence, self-reliance, and culture. Excellence means competitive, innovative, and able to compete in specific fields in local, national, and international levels. Self-reliance means having the ability of leadership and entrepreneurship to manage resources in producing innovations that benefit the development of science and community services. Culture means maintaining the academic life in the university based on the noble values of the state philosophy, Panchasila, and local wisdom by promoting honesty and harmony between thoughts, words, and good deeds. Trikaya Parisura.
Oh ya, terima kasih sebelumnya. Jadi kesan-kesan saya selama kuliah di Universitas Udayana ini tuh sangat banyak ya. Kesannya tuh menyenangkan kuliah di sini secara Universitas Udayana. Siapa sih yang nggak tahu Universitas Udayana ini? Jadi buat diri sendiri otomatis bangga, apalagi sama keluarga pasti bangga. Jadi kesannya tentu menyenangkan, banyak pengalaman yang didapat setelah berkuliah selama 4 tahun ini tentunya. Terus pesannya mungkin buat teman-teman atau adik-adik yang baru mau melanjutkan, mari bergabung sama Universitas Udayana karena di sini banyak pengalaman, banyak ilmu, banyak hal yang bisa kalian dapatkan, nggak kalah dengan universitas-universitas yang lainnya.
Udayana University has 13 faculties and postgraduate programs consisting of various cross-scientific disciplines. These faculties are built and developed according to the needs of the community. The university has 1,644 lecturers. These qualified lecturers are supported by comprehensive facilities to meet the needs of 29,985 active students. The competence of Udayana University has been proven by the accreditation from the National University Accreditation Board. On an international level, Udayana University received 3 stars from the QS Star rating. Udayana University brings an active learning system involving the Udayana University has e-learning systems which open a direct discussion room between lecturers and students to increase effectiveness of the learning process. Udayana University also provides facilities for student activities to develop soft skills and hard skills. Udayana University continues to improve its quality and strengthen itself as one of the universities in the central region of Indonesia, which has the largest number of foreign students. Recently, the number of foreign students attending regular education program at Udayana University are 226 students that spread across various faculties. 1,200 to 1,500 foreign students, Asia, Australia, and Europe, participates in various short course programs, exchange programs, as well as internship programs at Udayana University every year.
For giving this opportunity to come here, explore Indonesia, their efforts for conserving the environment, interacting with the local people, and the official dates were assisting us throughout this program. They were really amazing, all of them. I really thank even the Indonesian that yes, they have these kind of programs, let the world come in. So thanks to all of them.
Udayana University are both domestic and international collaborations with various institutions. Domestic collaborations developed by Udayana University together with the central government, regional governments, state and private universities, and private sectors, amounted to 336 cooperations until 2019. Udayana University also has 236 international collaborations with various institutions and universities abroad in Asia, America, and Europe until 2019. These collaborations have expanded the connections and established Udayana University as reputable institution by various domestic and foreign partners. In accordance with the Tree Dharma of higher education, Udayana University also practices community service activities. The community services target various layers of society with this principle. The benefits from what is learned shall be returned to the community, especially in developing the community welfare. Udayana University is the agent of change, and we shall continue to grow and serve the communities with our knowledge and integrity. Taki Takini Sewaka Guna Widya. People who oblige knowledge shall pursue wisdom and virtue. Change your life. Start here at Udayana University.
Attention please, that the event is starting soon.
Before we start the event, the code of conduct is as follows.
First, the participants wear formal costumes and expected to join the webinar at 8:30 a.m. without Denpasar time.
Second, participants have to change their display names to name underscore institution underscore country during the webinar. For example, Anita Wardani underscore Udayana University underscore Indonesia.
Third, during the opening ceremony, all the participants should turn on the camera and turn off the microphone or mute. The participants could turn on their microphone is allowed by the committee.
After the opening ceremony, participants could turn off the video camera.
Fifth, the participant could ask questions through the WebEx meeting, chat, room, or YouTube live comments with the format name underscore institute underscore country underscore question. Question could be asked during the webinar.
Sixth, the participants must fill the attendance link given by the committee through the WebEx meeting chat room and YouTube live comments to get an e-certificate. The attendance link will be sent at the beginning and at the end of the event.
Seventh, the participant should order during the webinar, and the participants who don't maintain order will be taken out by the committee.
And all participants that participate through the WebEx meeting room are asked to change the layout to focus on the WebEx meeting room.
Good morning and welcome. Om Swastiastu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom.
Namo Buddhaya.
Best wishes to all of us.
We give thanks to God Almighty, for by His grace we are able here today, Saturday, 20 March 2021, in a good health, to attend and participate in the International Community Service Webinar on Digital Ethics 2021.
The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University,
Deputy Dean for Academic and Planning, Deputy Dean for General Affairs and Finance, and Deputy Dean for Student Affairs and Information of Faculties of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, whom we respected,
Coordinator of Mathematics Study Program, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, whom we respected.
the lecturers in the Mathematics Study Program, Faculties of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, whom we respected,
The speaker of today's webinar, Mr. Famsi Gali, Mr. Krishna Premnara, and Mr. Iwayan Sumarjaya, whom we respected.
Chairman of BPM and Governor of BEM, Faculties of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, whom we respected,
Chairman of the Department's Student Association of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, whom we respected.
and last but not least, the participants of the webinar, whom we love and appreciate.
Now, the schedule for today is as follows. First, opening.
Second, prayers.
Third, singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya.
Fourth, committee chairs report.
Fifth, the speech from the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, as well as officially opening the event.
Sixth, webinar session by the three speakers, as well as Q&A and discussion.
Seventh, awarding certificates to the speakers and moderator by the coordinator of Mathematics Study Program, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University.
Eighth, closing.
We ask for the participants to stand up and pray together. All participants may start according to their respective religion and faith. Prayer begins. prayer can be ended.
Please remain standing. The next proceeding is to sing National Anthem Indonesia Raya. We invite the committee on duty.
We ask for all participants to sit back. The next proceeding is the committee chair's report. To Ida Ayu Komang Mariani, the time is yours.
Tes. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Namo Buddhaya. Best wishes to all of us. Good morning to all guests and all the participants who spend their time participating in this webinar. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, Deputy Dean for Academics and Planning, Deputy Dean for General Affairs and Finance, and Deputy Dean for Student Affairs and Information, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, who I respected. Coordinator of Mathematics Study Program, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, whom I respected. The lecturers in the Mathematics Study Program, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, whom I respected. Our speakers, Mr. Famsigali, Mr. Krishna Premnara, and Mr. Iwayan Sumarjaya, whom I respected. Chairman of BPM and Governor of BEM, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, whom I respected. The participants of the webinar, whom I love and appreciated. And all of the crew's international committee Service webinar Digital Ethics 21. International webinar is the first international webinar that is organized by the Mathematics Student Association, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University. And for this year, by the theme Digital Ethics. This webinar is helped to do the community service through information and comprehension about digital ethics. The world is growing quickly and makes us should adapt to change it happen. But like ethics in the community environment, ethics also have an important role in life in our virtual world. We hope that the participants can apply digital ethics and be wise when doing activities in cyberspace. We have been setting up this webinar for about 2.5 months since January 24, 2021. And today we can run this webinar as best we can and with full effort. More than 400 of our attendants were present today. We hope it is a good thing for us in accordance by prepare in advance. We really appreciate the enthusiasm of the participants from various institutions and regions who today can take the time to participate in this webinar. We went through all the problems together, and I appreciate all of my crew who always gave their time and energy to make this webinar a success. Thank you for Angi, Gita, and Bayu because you are always ready to stay by my side for all decision and action I took and give the support and also help me to coordinate the crews. Thank you for Anita, Ayu, Fernanda, Desi, Eka, and Purna because you are always ready to helping me to prepare all and finish your duties and responsibilities pretty well. And also thank you very much to all of the crew who are work hard, and without you guys, this webinar feels incomplete. We also say thank you to our coordinator of the Mathematics Study Program, Mrs. Desaputu Ekanela Kusmawati, and the lecturers. We also get support from media partners who help us to spread the webinar info and other parties that I can't mention one by one. We will always try our best performance with 100% confidence to give the best. I represent all the crew. I apologize if there are still many things that are not perfect during the webinar, and I hope the next webinar can give more than today. To close this report, let me thank you and apologize if I did something wrong. I offer to Paramisanti. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, best wishes to all of us.
Thank you, Committee Chairman, for the report. We informed to the participants to fill in the attendance link on WebEx meeting room chat and YouTube live comment.
Our respectable guests and all the participants. The next is the speech from the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, as well officially opening the International Community Service Webinar on Digital Ethics 2021. We invite Mrs. DRA Niluh Watiniasih, MSc PhD, to the meetings room.
Thank you for the chairman. So I was quite thankful to be unmuted again. The Honorable the Vice Dean of Student Affairs and Information and the other Vice Deans are able to attend this event. The Coordinator of Mathematics Study Program and others at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University. The invited speakers, Mr. Famsi Gali, Mr. Krishna Prem Nara, Mr. Sumajaya, the head of coordinator of student affairs of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, and at the study program levels. All the participants that are able to join this event from Indonesia and overseas. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Nama Budaya, peace for all. We are grateful to meet you in this International Community Service webinar with the topic of digital ethics. This topic may have been chosen that we are in the digital era, still has not understand or not enough understand of what we are doing and what can and cannot be done by using digital equipment. So knowing that events are very important, I noted that participants during this event are almost 200 from various places in Indonesia and overseas. So we are grateful of that participant and thank you very much for having this event to be joined. Also, this is quite a big commitment to spend your time during weekends to join this event, maybe to various reasons. First, maybe of course, would like to gain nutrients that are said by speakers. Desperate to meet each other, maybe that have been more than a year, haven't been meeting due to pandemic COVID-19 that spread all over the world right now. So I want to share knowledge and experience that we have through discussion and maybe other various reasons as well. So this international community service event is very important for us to fulfill the university and the faculty programs out of 3 programs that university has been that have to be conducted, that are teaching, research, and community services. Some, if not all, the knowledge that the teachers delivered or researches that been conducted should come out with the services to the community, as the community need the outcomes of the activities that we have been done at the university. Therefore, this event and others that are related to community-based program are encouraged to be conducted. I wish that the event today will give you insight what we might be doing and share to the community and is fruitful for to out of knowledge of the experience. That all from me. Wishing all participants will attend this program until the end of the event and let us share to the others. Okay, I asked by the community to open this program. Herewith, I officially open the International Community Service webinar with the theme of the digital ethic. Thank you very much. So I will let you know that unfortunately I can't join the full time for this program due to I have to open the other program on the other places. And this with the Karma Santi, Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Nama Budaya. Peace for all of us. Thank you very much.
International Community Service Webinar on Digital Ethics 2021 is officially open.
With all due respect, invited guests that have other arrangements are welcome to leave the meeting room.
Our respectable guests and all the participants, we have arrived at the main event, which is the webinar session.
This webinar will be guided by our lovely and talented moderator. She is Salsabila Ardiantari. For her education in 2018, she majored in English in the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University.
For organizational background, 2018 member of Bali Children Forum, 2019 staff of Ministry of Education, BMPM of Udayana University, and 2020 Vice Minister of Student Resource Development, BMPM of Udayana University.
And for her experience, in 2017, she is the delegation of Bali in Parlemen Remaja held by DPR RI and Presidium for Mimbar Anak Bali the 11th. For 2018, she is the finalist of OPKM GT, Udayana University. And for 2020, she is the Vice Chairman for Student Day 2020, Udayana University, and moderator for 3 different events: LKMMT Day Faculty of Humanities, Inauguration Day of English Department, and Candidate Fair Debate for Pemira HMPSSI. In 2021, she is again a moderator for Candidate Fair Delegation Debate for Pemira SMFIB. Salsabila Ardiantari, the time is yours.
Thank you for the time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you have a great day. I am Salsabila, as your moderator today. First thing first, I would like to say thank you to all the committee and the Students Association of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, for giving me the chance. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here in the International Community Service webinar on digital ethics. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that you are here, all the participants, because you realize that now we are passing the Industrial Revolution of 4.0, where the technology is rapidly increasing and developing. Living in the digitalization, we may unfortunately facing complex issues in privacy, cybercrime, and our right is being threatened. So by this webinar, we hope we can introduce you to the experienced speakers that will give you ideas about digital ethics to be applied when exploring digital worlds. All right. Now we enter the first session as an introduction to the upcoming topics. Our speaker will talk about digital ethics that plays important role to regulate responsible and appropriate behavior, indeed to maintain our security and privacy in digital world. For brief, our first speaker is very experienced. On 2017 until present, he is a technical project owner, program manager, application and information system in Boeing. In 2017, he is a technical project manager and Scrum Master application and information system in Nissan Motors. In 2015 to 2017, he is a product owner and data analytics subject matter expert for Microsoft Corporation. He also successfully led a team as a Scrum Master, project manager to implement a content management system for dealers at Nissan. He was brought in by the senior management of Microsoft to transform BI space of Microsoft Enterprise Service and led the efforts to implement Agile tool at Boeing, Microsoft, Nissan, and IBM. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Famsi Gali.
Yeah, thank you for the great introduction.
Okay,
Can you
good
guys
morning, sir.
see my screen?
Yes, we can see it, Vamsi.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, good morning, everyone. First of all, and thank you for attending this and spending your time on weekend, especially on Saturdays. So already, moderator gave a good brief introduction about me, like where I worked and what roles I performed. So for myself, like I work at Boeing as a product owner, and I try to solve like many clients' issues by giving a product designs as well as trying to understand their business problems and giving a proper designs with a secured solutions and a robust technologies. Before Boeing, I worked at Nissan, Microsoft, Tachyon Technologies, and IBM Technologies, and I worked in multiple roles as a subject matter expert, application developer. Throughout my career, I worked on IT systems. And coming to my education, I did my master's in computer science from University of Central Arkansas here in United States. And my area of research was building a hack-proof systems, and especially on penetration testing, like how I can secure my application, digital application from the attackers, and how well we can build a application without compromising user privacy. That used to be my research topic. And before that, I had my bachelor's degree in computer science as well. So at most, like I have spent quite I can say a decade over a decade of time in understanding software technologies as well as like a avid user of all the modern technologies. So before we go deep dive into the digital ethics, I wanted to start with the basic dictionary definition of ethics. So as per the dictionary definition, the ethics is nothing but moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. Then we will see what is digital ethics. So as I mentioned, if you look back into the digital, I mean, if you look back into the what is ethics and what is digital ethics? So ethics is, I mean, digital ethics is nothing but the ethics what we are going to follow in the digital world or a digital space. So I mean, is something new? No, it's already there. The problem with it here is like when we try to switch from the real life to digital life, we are thinking we got over freedom, or we are little bit reluctant to follow all the principles whatever we have built around us in our society. So do we need to care? Yes, we need to care because like if you are not going to follow all the ethics, eventually you'll be losing your friends, and as well as eventually your digital life will be hacked, or something is going to cause adverse effects on you. So what is the necessity? Like why we are trying to focus, or why we are trying to bring this topic at this point of time? So as already moderator talked about it, the rise of digital transformations. So before COVID-19, the digital transformation is already in rise, but after COVID, it became more prominent. So the rise is like we right now, if you look, everything is digital. So starting from your grocery, your shopping, even I think most of you guys are from education background. You are students or lecturers or teachers. Everything is like digital now. So as rising, everything is getting digital. We need to understand the basic ethics or basic principles or basic minimum common sense we need to follow around the people. That is the first thing we need to focus on. And second thing is especially the usage of sophisticated artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is like right now, if you see, most of the few people know, like we are trying to replace everyone, like replace a lot of human work with the automation tools, especially in developed countries, and we are saying that is going to be solve a lot of problems. If you see, like there are like a lot of automated car drivers, cars without any driver, like the automatically car is going to do. So we have Google, Waymo, or Tesla projects which are focusing to eliminate the drivers. Not only that, there are a lot of use cases for that. So while using the artificial intelligence, the corporations, the companies or founders who are doing it, they need to follow some digital ethics. We are in next slide, we are going to discuss much on that. And poor understanding of ethics in digital space. So as I clearly mentioned, as we transit, as we moving out of the real life to digital world, we are thinking like we are getting over freedom, and we are not really following the ethics, or we are not going to. We are thinking like no one is observing us, and whatever I can do, it is going to happen. So that is also land you in trouble. So me and myself and other speakers are going to talk multiple scenarios, how we need to behave on the web, as well as like how we need to take care of your space, as well as like how you need to respect others. And lack of responsibility and respect to others' content. This is specifically like the copyrighted things, or like how you are treating others with respect, or like how you are behaving on the web. So that is where like we need to look into the digital ethics. So I'm going to structure this talk, or this small seminar into three parts. So like I divided these three areas, like digital ethics for companies, corporations, or founders. So especially like as a company, or as a corporation, or as a startup, how a company should follow the benefit, how the company should follow ethics while building their digital product. And the second is digital ethics for users or persons. So once the product is built, like the users, like mostly most of us are the users or persons who are going to use the product. So how responsibly we should use, as well as like how should we behave on those digital products. I'm going to focus more on those use cases. And the third part is digital ethics for employees or developers. So the first one and third part is almost little bit interconnected. So all the companies, corporations, or those startups are going to hire employees or developers to develop their application, and how they are going to work and how they should behave in that environment. So let us start with the first area, like digital ethics for companies, corporations, or founders. So companies could be your social media, social networking website, or it could be your bank, or it could be a app, or whichever is like, or it could be you, whoever creating a new app for the new innovative app for the people. So the first point of this one is bias and fairness. So bias is like, I will start with an example for this. So let us think there is a company which is building a software product. The software product focus is going to be like, it is going to, they're building a camera using some algorithm. That camera is going to identify the suspectable faces. So that camera will be installed at airports or in public areas. So what that camera is going to do is like, it will scan all the people in that street. It will scan all the people in that area, and it is going to say, okay, this specific person is a little bit suspicious. So whenever the algorithm is going to mark that person is going to there will be a police officer or some security officer who will walk him to some special interview, and he's going to find out whether he's really suspicious or not. So in this specific use case, the problem is like, the problem lies with the algorithm. So problem is like, whoever writing the algorithm is another human or another person. What he is going to, so like about some religion or some kind of gender, or some kind of what you say, like color or something. I mean, based on that kind of factors, he's going to write some different logic. So because of that, that algorithm is going to mark some of the innocent people, which is not a good practice. So companies should think about while writing their algorithms or whatever the digital product they're developing, they should think about bias and fairness, and they clearly call out the issues which is going to happen, and they ethically they need to follow that one. And the second point is responsible collection of data and handling. So let us say when you are signing up into a website or any app, it will ask for a lot of details. So it will ask what is the first name, last name, maybe date of birth, or something like it may ask your bank details sometimes, and it may ask more than that. So the problem with this is like when a company is collecting the data, they should not collect whichever the data they are not going to use. The data could be personal data as your location, which includes the location or whatever it is. So, but it is always important. We should respect it. Like we should not collect. I mean, let us say myself, I'm creating a app. I need to collect whatever the details I want. I should not be collecting. Let us say I have a delivery app. So my delivery app should consist of my address or like wherever I'm going to pick my order, and it might have my bank details or some card. So is it not? It is necessary. It is not necessarily to have my date of birth and to include everything and to give all the location details like 24/7 they can track me. Yeah, that is not a good scenario. So corporations need to be responsible for collecting the data. Apart from that, there is a securing the collected data. Once you collect the data, so the data is going to store in the company or corporation or founder databases. So what will happen is like, yeah, I'm going to collect all your data. So once I collect the data, I need to secure it. If someone steal it, you are going to be having like a lot of damage for it. Because once, let us say I have a app as a corporation, I'm going to store your bank details and your date of birth or personal details. So someone hacked my database. So the database hacking is going to expose all the bank details, and or it may going to expose some personal data, including passwords. So if you are using the passwords, like some hacker or some attacker is going to take control of it. So that is where like the securing the collected data is highly important, and improper usage of collected data. So this is like a extreme thing for like whatever the collected data. So let us say I'm on Facebook and I am expressing my opinions. So my opinion could be, let us say I'm supporting a political party and I'm going to make some good comments saying like I support party A and I say this leader is great or something. So what this is like, they are going to collect this data and they will sell it to some advertiser. So the advertiser is going to post some negative post. I mean, they will target me with some advertisement, and they will send. I mean, they will try to display all the posts related to a opposition party leader, showing like this guy is not good, or like I mean, this guy is not good and he's not fit for that. So when I do that, so as my opinion is going to keep on changing, like it is a wrong influence. Like I thought like my leader is really good, but whatever the advertisement I see, that in every post they're saying like, okay, your leader is not good. So parallelly, like at some point of time, I'm going to vote to the opposition party because I don't think like my leader is capable of solving any issue. So that is one improper usage of the collected data. And sometimes most of the times, if you look into Facebook or somewhere, let us say if you try to buy a phone on Google, so wherever you go, let us say if you open Facebook, you will see the ads or advertisements related to what you say on the phone. And if you open Snapchat, you will see a lot of advertisement related to the phone. So like you need to have some way to secure your privacy. So there are a lot of ways, like you can do a private browsing on private browsing on applications, as well as you can have some trackers block like uBlock, ABP like plugins to control that. And following local regulations. So whenever coming to the local regulations, so like let us say I'm developing a app. So that app should follow all the regulations in each country. The rules in United States would be different from what the rules we have in Indonesia, or in India. So everywhere we need to respect. So I can't go and maybe some of the rules, some of the things, whatever we are doing in United States might be wrong or which are against the local regulations back in India or Indonesia. So those kind of areas, like we need to be very careful, and we need to follow the government regulations, and providing up-to-date education and information to employees and users. So let us say as a corporation, if I'm collecting any data, I need to tell like how I'm going to utilize it. If I meant not only that, if I'm introducing a new feature, I should explain it to my employees as well as users so that they know I'm going to collect this data and why I'm collecting this data and how I'm going to use the data in future. As well as employees always should learn, like, I mean, as an employer or as a company head boss, it is going to be my responsibility to explain my employees on up to date with the data privacy, as well as like what digital ethics they should follow across their job. And the second area is like the digital ethics for users and persons. So most of us fall into this category. So there are like a lot of, I mean, tons of interesting scenarios for this. Some of them are from my real-time experience or real-life experiences, and some of them are whatever I read in online or whatever I read in the newspapers. So first thing is like tagging your friends without their consent. So let us say you have 100 friends in your Facebook account, or let us say it is Snap or Instagram or TikTok, whatever it is. So when you are posting a post, let us say you are posting some quote, or it could be your photo, or it could be something else. So you should always think about whether whether you are ready to, whether you are tagging the known people, or are they okay with it. Without doing that, it is not a good practice to do that. So most of the times it is, I mean, whenever we are talking about ethics, you should also think about what are the ethics you are following in real life. So whenever you are moving to online, that is not going to change. So when you go to, let us say, when you invite friends, you go to their home and you will tell, come to my home and be like this or something. But when you are tagging, like you should follow similar kind of rules or similar kind of minimum common sense to do that. And second thing is sharing every details on social media. Yeah, this is very interesting one. So I mean, nowadays all of us are obsessed with having a social media life, thinking like sharing the details are going to bring more likes or more followers or more friends. So I will tell you the behind the scenes. So let us say yourself and your family is going to some tour. So you got into flight and you went from Indonesia to Singapore, or you went to Hollywood in California, and you're saying like, hey, I'm with my family and enjoying here and having fun here. So the problem here is like here you are telling like you are out of home. So let us think you make your profile is public, or there is a person in your friend list who is not your friend, but he is going to know you are not at home. So you are giving access to your home. So basically you are saying like you are not home, and you are saying like my house is empty for next 15 days or something. I'm not going to there. And that guy can break into your home and he can steal everything. And there is another scenario. There is another scenario which is a little bit funny one, which happened during my college time back in India. So one of my friend in college, what he did is like he took a sick leave, saying like he wrote a letter to professor saying like today I'm sick and I'm going to take rest for the entire day. So what he did is like he went to he went to a movie theater, and he tagged him and his friend saying like I'm watching a brand new released movie. And finally, like someone in our department as well as one of my professor, I mean, she was in the friend list. She was able to look into the details. So she complained it, and they suspended him for 1 week because like he told like it is a sick leave, but he's going to he went to a movie and everyone know like he did a mistake or crime. So that kind of scenarios are going to happen. Not only that, if you are trying to share every detail, so we call it as in hacking, we call it as social engineering. So social engineering is a specialized technique. What we can do is like I can create a online profile for you. So what I can do is I will try to collect all the details. I will try to find what is your date of birth, what is your favorite food. So when you are eating pizza, you will say pizza is my life and I like pizza like anything and I like Coke or something. So with the details, what I can do is like I can create a profile and I can think like whenever I wanted to use it. So like whether let us say most of the websites ask for security questions. It will ask when you try to reset any password, it will ask what is your favorite food, what is your favorite drink. So at that time I can use the data and I can hack your account. So that is one of the possibility. And the third one is copying content or photos of others. This is also a crime. So, I mean, let us say if you compare it with your real life, okay. So there is a next home or your friend home is there. He have some books or something sitting in his home. So you are just walking into his doors without his permission. If you are taking a book or pen, even that is, I mean, whatever you are trying to steal, that is like stealing is a wrongdoing. So same way like the digital asset is right, like a photo, it is photo of mine. You are without taking any consent from me or without informing me, you are taking a photo and you are copying it and storing it somewhere. So that is also not a good thing. Even copying content, the fellow speaker Krishna will talk more on that. So which leads to piracy and there are a lot of things like when you try to download books and softwares, that kind of situation is going to arise. And the next topic is online bullying. So online bullying is also another thing. Like if you have started harassing or teasing or doing some kind of drama on web, that is also not allowed. And Krishna is going to talk more on that. And illegal activities such as cybercrimes, piracy, hacking. These things like whenever you do something on web. So let us say myself, I'm trying to steal a small book from somewhere. Maybe I can escape it. Like let us say I went to a bookstore, no one is watching, and I can take a book and go. But whenever whenever I try to do some cybercrime, everything will be there in the proof. Like whenever, let us say I try to do some cybercrime, maybe let us say I send an email, a fabricated email to I mean, let us say I send a fabricated email saying like, click here and you will get $1,000. So basically you will click it and I'm going to steal your passwords or your bank account details and I'm going to steal whatever I want. But in this scenario, if you go and complain to a cybercrime police or someone like in your country or in your city, so they can find it out. The cybercrime department, there will be a specialized security officers who are technical experts in computer science and cyberspace. So what they're going to do is like they can go back to the logs. As I mentioned, whatever the digital activity you are doing, we store it in the databases. Like it will be there in the servers for at least for 3 years, 5 years, or a year. Depends on the complexity. Depends. I mean that is the government regulations we have. So whenever someone complains, they will ask like, we got this event. So we log everything. We log the details of you, like the technical details. So every device will have a IP address and every device will have a MAC address. So even if you are trying to use VPN or something, we can easily can find it out with the MAC address. So whether you are using a phone or whether you are using a machine or whatever it is, it will have a MAC address and we can clearly locate it. And moreover, you are using a phone is full of tracking. Like if you have a Google or something, you always say, I mean, most of the times when we install something, we never look into 200 pages disclaimer documents, just we click yes. So that is I mean, doing any kind of wrongdoing in cybercrime will land you into, I mean, even if you are a underage, let us say, even if you are under 18 also, will be severely punished on those crimes. Maybe your friends will appreciate you, saying like, oh, you did a cool job, but it may put you in trouble. So while doing any kind of illegal activities, think multiple times. It's not like a single time. You think like how it is going to affect you. Then you will yourself will get to know what you are landing into. And piracy and hacking topics will be mostly will be explained by Krishna. So I'm leaving that topic to here. And the third area is digital ethics for employees and developers. So this is like a bit linked to the first topic. As I mentioned, digital ethics for a corporations or company. So corporations, company or a startup is going to hire employees or developers to develop the product. Okay. So let us say myself, I'm working for Facebook. I mean, I'm just giving an example. So myself, I am working for a Facebook, or myself, I'm working for a bank. So as a bank officer, as a bank developer or something, I will have access to all of your data. So whenever I have your access to your data, I should be very careful. I should not misuse it in any way, or I should not give it to my friends or some attackers. Go ahead and do whatever you want. So I cannot do that. So that is where like the improper usage of collected data is a digital ethics, like every employee or every developer should understand. And complaining to respect to authorities when your employer asks to develop any harmful idea. Yeah, this is like let us say myself, I'm working for a employer. So my employer is paying good. Maybe he's going to pay me $1 million, but the work he asked me to do is to replace something, like, or to hack something, maybe to attack. Right now, all the fights or all the everything is it's not like old wars, right? In World War, like there are a lot of people, they used to use the weapons or everything, but nowadays everything is digital, because like in digital world, they're going to hack other countries networks or other countries things. But my employer is trying to blackmail someone, and he paid me a lot of money to do that. So I should not be doing that, or any unethical things. So unethical things mostly, as I mentioned, in the bias and fairness topic. So if he's asking me to develop any automation technology or any AI related technology, intelligence related technology, I should be thinking twice or thrice. If I feel like there is a misconception, or if there is any issue, I need to go ahead directly to the specific department with any government authority in that specific country, and I need to report that. So that kind of ethics should be followed by any employees or developers, irrespective of whatever your employer is paying. And securing user data through proper standards. So this is a bit interrelated to the first topic, the improper usage of collected data. So as a developer, we need to encrypt everything we store. So there are like a lot of encryption standards. So what we should do is, whenever I'm trying to collect a private data of a user, so it could be your date of birth, it could be your bank details, or it could be your any personal details. I should be encrypting it in a proper standard. As a developer or employee, that is my responsibility. I mean, by properly storing it and properly having it, and giving proper credits and differences. This is mostly works in the when for the professors or teachers. And the speaker, I mean, the next speaker is going to discuss more on the last topic, like why, when you are trying to write any paper, or when you are trying to use some other innovation or patent, why we should mention their name. I mean, how we should give proper credit, or whether we need to take a appropriate approval to use their idea or their paper as a reference. So I have a small quiz. So whatever we discussed so far, I just wanted to see whether you guys understand or not. So what I will do is, like, I will have, I mean, these are basically yes or no questions. So what I'm going to do is, like, first I will display the question, and after 10 seconds you can guess. I mean, you can go through I mean, I will try to go through and explain the scenario, and after that you can think about the answer, whether it is a yes or no. And I will give 10 seconds for that, and I'm going to show you what is the answer for it. Okay. Yeah, the first question we have is, as I'm paying my internet bill, I can download anything from web. So basically, this is, let us say myself, I have a internet on my home internet, or I have internet on my phone. So does it mean like I can download anything, like whatever available on the web, whether it is a piracy one or something like that? Yeah, once you guess the answer is no. As it clearly told, you just paying for the service. It is not like, again, same thing. So you are trying to be in a city. It does not mean like you can go ahead into anyone home and get the things whatever you want. So you need to appropriately follow the rules. So let us say if the software or book is marked as free, you need to you can download it. If it is a pirated version or something, you need to be very careful on that lines. And the next scenario is, I know there is a trick to get free money from a bank app or website. I shall get all the money. So basically, this is like this happens on many websites. It could be a bank website, or it could be a e-commerce website, or any website. So you and your friend are able to find a trick. So basically, you know how to get things for free. So what you should do? So you are going to like in this example, in a bank app, you are going to get all the money. So answer for this is no again. Thing is like there is I mean for every website or for any website, it could be a bank application, or it could be a e-commerce website, or it could be any digital website. So there will be a thing as I mentioned, every website will have a set of rules. If you look very closely, there will be a small button where it will say about copyrights or terms of use. So no one usually we never check that. So the terms of conditions that will have all the legal terms. It will say if you find a issue, you should report it to the corresponding bank or corresponding company. You should not misuse it. So if you do that, what will happen is there are a lot of scenarios. Like recently, they arrested a lot of people here in US. So what happened is there is a guy from India. He found there is a issue in a banking app. So what he did is like he started taking money. Like slowly he took, one day he took $50. Slowly he took like $500, like that. So after that, like at the end of the year, it's almost like 200K or something. So bank did usually what banks do is like they will do a reconciliation at each quarter or at the end of the year. So they found like there is a difference in their balance sheet. So when they found, they started an investigation. They, as I mentioned clearly initially, like we store any digital related things we store for years. So we found, what the investigator did is like they went to the database logs and server logs, and they were able to identify the person. Like they were able to identify, okay, this person did all this transaction. So when they found that person, they recollected all the money and they fined him and they put him in jail for 10 to 20 years. As I mentioned, even if you know there is a issue with the website, whether it is a banking app or anything, you should not misuse it. You should go and report to the company. They're going to make a patch to it. Sometimes they're going to give a reward to you because like you, without posting it on web or something, you went to them and you reported the issue. And the next thing is it always good to check with people around if they are okay before I live stream or snap them on YouTube or Snapchat, Instagram or TikTok. So this is like mostly you are trying to take a photo from a general public, or it could be when you went some area and you are trying to live stream it. So for this, like, is it a good idea to ask them for their approval? The answer is yes, because like whenever, if you go back to the first thing, whatever I initially told, so you should always value the privacy of people around you. So as I mentioned, like you always need to think about how you behave in real life, right? In real life, you can't go if you can't go to anyone home and sit there, right? And you cannot go and take a photo of them. So while you are trying to do that kind of live stream or something, it is always good to ask their people and take their permission, saying like, I'm going to stream this on web, or I'm going to stream this on YouTube. Are you okay with that? If especially in developed countries, they're going to file a court case on you, and they will try to sue you for a huge amount. So because like once you post that video or video or photo in a website or social media, actually you are opening doors for the entire world to watch it. And the last question is, this is related to a creator. As a creator of an innovative phone app or website, I can do whatever I want with my app user. So let us say I have created an app and I have all the data. So let us think I have a 50,000 users. So I know I got all your data. So can I sell it to anyone without telling you, or can I do anything with this? So the answer is again a big no, because like you just own the website, but you don't own you don't own the app user's data. As I clearly mentioned initially, as a app creator or as a website company owner, you should always respect others' privacy, and it's your responsibility to secure their data. Yeah, that's bring the end of my session, and I sincerely thanks everyone whoever attended today for this webinar, as well as I thank all the faculty members from Udayana University and the organizing committee, and as well as the sponsors or the digital supporters of this event. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Famsi, thank you for such an insightful talk. Well, everyone, keep in your mind if you have any questions, or you can type it in the section of your WebEx applications, because we will have the quiz questions and answer session after all the speakers' turn. So now, please keep your attention to the following speakers. The development of technology that is growing with no boundaries encourage the occurrence of cybercrime, piracy, hacking, bullying, and exclusion are potentially arising in the digital spaces. Therefore, in this session, our speaker will talk about cyberbullying and how digital ethics can minimize these issues. To paraphrase, our second speaker is graduated his master degree on computer applications from Nagarjuna University, India. His experience in 2030 to present, he is a database architect and database developer for Prudential Financial. In 2010 to 2030, he lead a database developer in Vodafone Portugal, Bangalore, India. In 2004 to 2009, he was an information technology analyst for TCS Mumbai, India. He led the database developer with over 18 years of IT experience in analysis, design, development, deployment, testing, and support of web applications. He has strong database skills, experience on business intelligence tools, and development and maintains knowledge. Designing and development of the database objects like tables, packages, procedures, and functions, and also creation and modification of materialized views. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcoming our second speaker, Mr. Krishna Premnara.
Hey Krishna, you are on mute. Can you try to unmute yourself?
Mr. Krishna?
Yeah, looks like he's on mute.
Yeah. Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, you're audible now.
Thanks for the warm welcome. Thank you for the students and the faculty members of Udayana University. I'd like to introduce a brief introduction about myself, and later we can go to the topics. So I'm Krishna Premnara. and currently I am working for an ST loader. It's a client. It's our client, and I have around 20 years of experience working with various web technologies, and I'm expert in data and an expert in a database. So I worked for an like a clients like HP, Cigna, Vodafone, Prudential, and EC. It's an Electronic Corporation of India Limited. And I started my career as a software programmer initially 20 years back. I worked on several web technologies. Later, I moved to database technologies. So from then onwards, I'm mostly working on the database technologies. Now, currently, I'm working as an architect and a technical manager for the databases. And I'm supporting the client ST Loader right now. Since 6 months back, I was supporting to Prudential Financials GI Group Insurance Division for around for 7 years. I supported them. This is about my career, and I did my Master of Computer Applications from Nagarjuna University, India. And I'm working in US from around 4 years. Earlier also, I worked here for around 3 years. Rest of the time I was working from India, supporting the various clients from all over the world. So moving to the topic, it's bullying, and so what is bullying? Bullying is a kind of act which you are performing unlike. So if the person is not liking whatever the act you are performing, that we call it as bullying. So what is cyberbullying? Cyberbullying is that takes place over a digital devices like cell phones, computers, and tablets. Cyberbullying includes posting or sharing a negative, harmful, or a false or a mean content about someone else. This is the definition of the cyberbullying. To put it simple, cyberbullying refers to a misuse of information technology with the intention to harass others. So how the cyberbullying is different from the bullying? So if you are bullying friends around you, and so if they are not feeling bad based on your words, or they are not liking it, you will come to know immediately because they are all around you. But during the cyberbullying, you are doing that from a phone or a smart device or any other computer. So you don't know how they are reacting to your message, and how they and you don't know their mood at that time. Maybe sometimes if you feel if they are in a good mood, they are fine. If you are doing something, maybe based on the mood also, it will differ how the people will react to your words and how to react to your messages. So that's why the cyberbullying is more worse than the normal bullying. Since you are not able to see their feelings, so you will not be able to assess the intensity of the bullying of the what you are doing. So that's why it is very harmful. For example, if someone is bullying, and if they think that they can just tell some bad words or something, and they put some mean content in a group, and they can remove it later, so they are safe. That as Vamsi explained, everything is logged, and everything will be stored into a database and into a permanent devices, and we can retrieve it whenever we want it. So whenever you are removing the mean content, whatever you posted about any person, even though if you remove it, that is not removed from the servers. We just mark it as a delete in our servers. In our database world, we will call it as a soft delete. So that's why if anyone complains on them, if they, for example, if anyone complains on them, if some officer comes to us and asks that what happened at this particular time, can you please retrieve the logs for us, or can you retrieve the information which was posted by X person, we will be able to give them immediately. So that's why it is, we can, whoever is bullying the others, if they complain, they cannot save, no one can save them. So we will see on how to avoid these cyberbullying, how we can save ourselves from the cyberbullying. Like, never ever share your personal information which is not required. So you are supposed to share the information even in a website, or with your friends, or with your colleagues, or with your whoever your classmates. You are supposed to share the information which is required at that level only. You are supposed to share it. Suppose in US, then SSN is considered to be an unique identification for all the persons, and back in India we will call it as an Aadhaar. So based on that, that is a unique identity of the person. Those are considered to be very secured. So those kind of identities we are not supposed to share with anyone else at any time. And the other thing is, like, never post an explicit photos of yourself in online. Even though if you are a trusted partner, and if you are in relation with that guy, it is not, we are not supposed to share any of the private pictures with them. So why? Because I would like to quote two examples which caused a problem in a real-time scenario, which I was able to see that. So it's like when I was in a college, one of my colleagues who are in the relation, she shared her private photos with his partner who was in the relation. Later 2 or 3 months, they started job, and when he was traveling to another city, he lost his phone during the transit. So even though that guy is not intentional to share those pictures, those pictures became the live for everyone. So we have to run to pillar to the post to make to remove those pictures from the net. So it is not so easy. Even though if you complain it, we cannot remove them easily. So they will be synced to the several servers. Even though if you request for the Google requesting saying that they remove those photos, even for them it will take almost 1 to 2 months to remove those content. So that's why based on that content they can bully us. So that's why we need to be very cautious about before the sharing. Other examples, as I told, this time the two of the friends they shared the private pictures with each other, and they, after few months, they had a big fight for some money or something. So during that time, that guy was drunk, and he was not any conscious what he was doing. So because of that anger, he has shared the pictures with everyone, whoever he is having in the group. So that's it. So they shared those pictures to everyone in their contents, and they were live within hours to everyone all over the world. So these are the more prone to the. So that's why they may be intentional or unintentional. They can share the they can go to the pictures to the web, and which is available. So that's why it is not advisable to share any of those such kinds, even very close friends or your partners. So never discuss any personal matters on social media. Keep information that you have limited to that particular group. For example, we are having a group, personal group, and we are having a friends group and a family group. Never share the information which we came to know in a family group. For example, one of your cousin brother yeah, is if he says something about, if he shares you the username and password to do something when he was going and he was in transit and he don't have an connectivity, and if he asks you to log in on his mail ID and do something, if you post it on a social media group, it may lead to a bullying him further by your friends or by your friends of friends or someone. So that's why it is not advisable to share any of those kinds of sensitive bully something, and they can bully someone, and which he will be in the user IDs, passwords, or any such kind of a things. So another thing is keep your children and elders, your friends, like if you come to know about any of these kind of bullying instances or something, so they will be aware of what is happening around the world, and how they became the victim, and what are the consequences happens if they come to know that. They will be very cautious later when and they will be able to get rid of the trap which from these kind of traps. If someone is trying to play the same trick with your friends or with the children, with your children or with your colleagues. So that's why if these kind of scenarios, if you are shared with your colleagues and all, they will be aware of these things. And for the parents and elders, it is advisable to monitor the children's online activities regularly, and to limit the usage. So for example, you will come to know if someone is bullying. Sometimes the children may not share. They will go into the depression if someone is bullying them badly. So if you go through the messages or something, then you will come to know that someone is behaving badly with your kid, or if your children are someone from our family who is bullying the others, then also we will come to know, and we can counsel them, saying that this is not good. It may adversely affect your career, which is not bad. So those kind of things, which by monitoring, which can avoid those kind of things. So like as I told earlier, if you are bullying someone or if you're getting bullied, so if you complain to a cybercrime officer, so it is very easily we can get the logs and we can trace them how they are able to bully you, from which system they are able to. We have a very strong network tools these days. We can easily track the network and the IP address and from which area, and all the details we will be able to track very easily. So I'm moving to the next topic called piracy, which is also one of the biggest. That's for the piracy is the biggest threat for a movie. It's not only for the movie world. It is also for the software. It's a big threat. Just we'll see what is a piracy. The unauthorized use of another's product, invention, or conception, especially in infringement of a copyright. So any unauthorized access or installing an authorized software, it's all comes under an piracy. We'll discuss more about software piracy today. It's an unauthorized use, copyright, or distribution of a copyrighted software. It may take many forms, including unauthorized copying of a software program purchased legitimately, or sometimes known as end-user piracy. So the piracy that can be happen in several ways. I will be discussing few of them, like a soft lifting, hard disk loading, renting, OEM unbundling, counterfeiting, and online piracy are these things. Or these are the few types of the piracy. We will see one by one. Like software lifting, also known as soft loading. This is the most common. This is the most common piracy which is done by the everyone. Like it is nothing but sharing of an program that you have purchased with your friends, colleagues, your roommates. So this is also a piracy which everyone does it. For example, if you have purchased a game, if you purchase a game, you are supposed to play on yourself. If your friend, if you want to share with your friend, you need to ask him to come and play in your system. If you are lending him to play, to take that and to put it in his system and playing, that is also comes under piracy. So we don't notice these kind of things, but these are also comes under the piracy. This is most common piracy, which we will be seeing day by day. So another thing is hard disk loading. This is done by the agencies, which are not done by any individuals. So I'll describe how this will be done. For example, is an agency which is selling any of the personal computers or laptops. What they will do is they will purchase in bulk of all the hardware devices without a software, so they will get it for a cheap price. What they will do is they will purchase one or two very limited editions, and what they will do is they will load the software in all the devices, and they will be selling it for little cheaper price. So that's why when you are purchasing any of your systems, like any of your devices, you must be make sure that the software loaded in that is the legitimate software, and you are having all the rights on that software. So these guys will be doing for their profits. So we will, when you are purchased, we will become the victims of them. So be cautious when you are purchasing those kind of products from an unauthorized dealers. So another one is renting. So when you purchasing a software, for example, you purchase a Microsoft Word or something, or a gaming software for your personal use, we are not supposed to rent that software, which also falls under the category of piracy. So for the renting purpose, the software we need to purchase, like if you want to rent it, so we need to purchase in a separate license, in a commercial license, which will be lot more costlier than the personal licenses. So normally when some small organizations, like when they are doing a projects, like a small projects, what they will do is, instead of purchasing a software, they will be renting it for 2 or 3 months. For example, if we got a media project, normally the media software will be huge costly. So media project for 2 months, what they will do is they will rent a software for 2 months. After the completion of the project, what they will deliver of the project to the end user, what they will do is they will remove that software from their systems and give it back to the renter from where they have taken it. So be careful when you are renting some kind of a software. Make sure that they check their license. They are having the commercial renting license available with them. So that we will not fall into any trouble later. So there is another thing called OEM unbundling. So this is called, for example, when you are purchasing an Dell or any HP laptop from an HP or a Dell organization, what they will do is they will give you a huge bundle of software CDs along with that, which comes with some device drivers and some operating system, and it's also some other, if you purchase any of the Word, Microsoft Word, or any of the Office system or any of the databases, so they will provide you all the DVDs along with that. So what these guys will do is these guys will after installing that, they will sell that software to you, saying some cock and bull stories, saying that we have purchased another copy, we will, and saying that they will be trying to sell it to you. So whenever you are purchasing it, we are supposed to purchase from an authorized user. We are not supposed to purchase from them. That is also comes under piracy. Most of the times I saw in online, most of the guys they'll send the printer. If they purchase a printer, it will come with a CD with the device driver. They will say that they'll keep it for sale and all. We are not supposed to legally purchase from them normally. And the another one is called counterfeiting. This is like these are this is also like an agency. They will, what these guys will do is like they will purchase a very few copies of the software. What these guys will do is they will copy those software, illegal copy of those softwares into multiple copies, and they will take the color Xerox, or they will print the license agreements and everything, and they will sell. They will try to sell it to our any organizations or any individuals. So we will think that we will buy. It is because they are giving all the documents. So we will purchase with them. We will purchase from them, and so these kind of purchasing these kind of softwares. So it will be an we will face legal issues later if the organization come to know that we are using an illegal software. If they find that if the same version software is loaded in two to three systems which is having the same ID, so they may penalize us. So whenever you are purchasing that, so we need to see whether the vendor is an authorized dealer of that. So it is always try to purchase from an authorized dealer from or otherwise we will be in trouble. So the another one is like online piracy. So these days, because of the faster, because of the internet speed or something, most of the companies today, they started giving us the software. Whenever we purchase, they will provide us the username and password. They will ask us to download it from their sites. And there are many other providers which those are loading into their sites and selling the software. For example, if you are purchasing a Microsoft Word, which is always advisable to purchase it from a Microsoft corporation or his authorized dealer. So if you purchase it from an unauthorized website or so not only it may not be a pirated copy. They may install or they may embedded some worm or some virus in that software, which may be installed along with the product which we are purchasing. So be careful when you are purchasing it from the any of the external vendors. So sometimes they may steal your money and they send you an exe file, a malware instead of an authorized software. So it may crash your system and it may copy all your personal data, personal memories, and everything to another unauthorized servers, and it may lead to a system may lead to a hack. So we may get a loss, a personal monetary loss, and your memories will be lost, which may not be recoverable. So be aware of all these things when you are purchasing or purchase and copy a legal copy from an authorized dealer, and whenever you are purchasing these things, make sure you are checking all these things and keeping in mind the piracy copies and all, and so it is advisable. So I'm moving to our next topic, which is called hacking. So hacking is an attempt to exploit a computer system or a private network inside a computer simply, but it is an unauthorized access or a control over the computer network, security system, or some illicit purposes. So we'll call it as an hacking. So most of the people, they'll do it the hacking for fun, like during the college days. I have seen a lot of friends trying to do several things to hack the user ID, password of others. They will just do it for fun, even though whatever the purpose we are doing, that is not that is an illegal. And the few guys, they will do it for the money. So what they will be doing is they will hack into your system. They will steal all your personal data, all your bank data, and they access your credit cards and everything. So basically the hacking is categorized into three types. They are they are called white hat hackers, black hat hackers, and gray hat hackers. We are good with the white hat hackers and the gray hat hackers because they won't cause any harm to us. And we need to be very cautious with the black hat hackers. I'll just give a brief introduction what the white hat hackers and what is the black hat hackers and the gray hat hackers. The white hat hackers are an official employees of an organization. What they will do is mainly they will do a penetration testing, and they will use all the techniques to break the system in the lower environments. Saying in a stage or QA, they will be having other production kind of environments which is not live. They will try to break their system there using all their hacking techniques, so that if they found anything, they will report it to the development team so that they can fix it before going into the live. So these are highly paid. These are the highly paid employees. They work for a specific organization or a specific or few organizations, and they will do the hacking legally. So the another kind of hackers are the black hat hackers. These are the dangerous. They will break into the server systems to steal the information. Their main thing is to get the information and to steal information, to sell it to someone, or to hack your bank accounts, or to them to get to do a finance. The main intentional is to a monetary benefits from you, some or the other ways. That's why these are the threat to an all the online users. So gray hat hackers, these are like freelancers. What they will be doing is they will be finding, and like Vamsi already explained earlier, they will be finding a loopholes, and they will report it to the organization in a proper way, saying that your site is hack prone, and we will be able to hack your site. if you pay something, we will give you a suggestion how to fix that, or they will give you the information how they are able to hack it so that our developers can be will be able to fix it. For that, they will be charged amount legally. So these guys are also these are not a permanent employees of any specific organization, but they keep on trying their luck with the few other sites and to earn some money. Most of these grey hat hackers, they will do for their passion mostly. So we will see what are the how the hacking and what are the advantages and disadvantages of this how the hackers can what the hackers can do it to me. We will see few points. They can hijack your user ID and the password information, and they what you can think that what will happen if they can hijack my user ID and password. So they can hack your user ID and password, and they will read all your personal details and all your bank details which are stored in your system. Or if you save any of the financial organizations passwords in your system, it is very easy for them to steal from your system if they are able to break into your system. So how they will be able to steal money, and if they are able to break into our system? Like with your personal information, they will apply for a credit card. For example, if you keep your licenses, or if your social security number, or any of the IDs which is used by the government of your country, if you are saving in your system, they will get hold of all the information to open a credit card or to open a bank account on behalf of you. And what they will be doing is they will apply on credit card on behalf of you, and they will be using it. You will never come to know also that they have applied the credit card on behalf of you. And they will be open a bank account on behalf of you. You may be thinking what will happen if they open a bank account on behalf of me. Anyway, I am not putting any money in that. So what they will do is they will give that bank accounts to an illegal guys, and they will get some money. So what they will do is, for example, to do an illegal activities, they need some account to transfer the money. So normally they do the unparliamentary things. They don't use their own accounts, so they will use these kind of accounts to put some money, and they want to transfer it to wherever they want to. They will be transferring it. If some criminal activities happens, and if they come to know that finally if the account is on your name, so we may be able to prove it later, but by the time we may be legally, we may need to face the legal consequences by the time you will prove that this is not your account. So be cautious about all these things, and they will be ruin your credit. To get a loan or something, the banks will be checking your credit. So they will target on ruining your credit. And sometimes they may be adding to your themselves as a partner of your bank account. So what they will do is they will also be make themselves as an authorized account holders for you, and they will be drawing some amount from your account. And they may sell your information to other parties for some who may be using it for illegal activities. So there are some agencies which will be purchasing these personal information from the hackers. So we must be very careful about it. So how to protect yourself from these kind of hacking? So check your accounts regularly. So we must be check our accounts, credit cards regularly, even though if it is small amounts. The normally what they will be doing is, for example, if you purchase from Walmart, if you purchase from a store called Walmart, or if you Amazon.com, they will also purchase from the same thing. So you need to be, so okay, you will go, okay, Walmart.com. So we will go through like that. So make sure that you will check thoroughly. So is that the transaction done by me or not? And use an extra cautious when also be extra cautious when you are entering into any of your chat rooms. There will be hackers already into those chat rooms with an attractive male photos or female photos, attracting the opposite sex, and they will be very nice to you, and they will get all the personal information and all the information they like to get. So I would like to quote an example. So which I was working here in California 10 years back. So one of the guy who was who was in a chat room, he used to log in into a same time into the chat room and trap a girl who is a innocent of around 16 or 14, 15 years, and he gave all the false information and everything, and she was able to trap her. At that time itself, the agencies are monitoring so much. Even that girl or this guy don't know that they are monitoring it. When finally, after 3 months or 4 months, he went to personally meet that girl. I was shocked to see that there are like 10 or 15 cops like in cars waiting in all the surrounding areas. Even a chopper from the top is following that guy, and they penalized that guy like in anything. So just want to make so there are some agencies which they will install the algorithms which will be keep tracking of all the charts what we are doing in the public chat rooms. So that's why when you are giving for fun, also when you are giving any other information, make sure that you may become a victim of those kind of things. Carefully monitor your requests whenever you get your friend request. For example, Vamsi Gali is my friend, so they may come with the same kind of a friend, Vamsi Gali. So before accepting a friend request, make sure that it is your friend's account. Just whatever the information he has shared, check thoroughly and then only accept it. So don't become the victims of those kind of things. So this is all about the hacking. So I think my time is almost over. I'll close quickly. So I have 2 slides. Exclusion. An exclusion in instance of a leaving someone or someone out. If you allow someone to an exclusion of all others, he or she is only one for you. Exclusion is closely related to some words that have a positive or a negative feel. So we have both positive and negative shares for an exclusion, and I will give you a very quick examples. Creating a social groups, excluding one person in a class. It's called an exclusion when you are creating a group of suppose if you are creating in your university, if you are creating a group of a class, if you are excluding one, this is called an exclusion. In your software industry, for example, if you are creating an access, so if all developers is having an one access, and if the one particular developer is not having an authorized access as the fellow members, I normally used to several complaints like this, Krishna, how everyone is having an access to the sys server, how I am not having. These are all comes under an exclusion. If the person is voluntarily doing that, then we will be like take a action on those kind of persons who do this kind of an exclusion activities. So this is also one kind of a bullying. So make sure that you are not excluded from that. Be friendly with others, and if you are having any discrepancies with them, talk to them and get it settled. From the both the ways, it is not good. The exclusion is not good, and I'm moving to the another topic. Role of a cellular technology. So now the cell phones became the earlier when I was in a college, it was a luxury. Later, it became an essential. Nowadays, it has become the part of our life. Now we are not able to live without we cannot imagine our life without a cell phone. So there are a lot of advantages, and there are very little disadvantages. So I'll quickly read through some of the advantages. Everyone knows that. I just knows because most I know everyone will be using it. Just I want to reiterate like the ability to communicate whenever in an emergency situation. You will be like you can call whoever who can respond in your kinds of real need. You can quickly call them and you can message them, and you can get rid of those kind of situations. Opportunity. It's a great opportunity to be in social contact with your friends, peers, colleagues. For example, earlier I remember whenever we have a production, when I was in US last 10 years back, when I used to work for a singer, I used to get a pager saying that you have an like a major incident, severity 1 incident. So I used to carry the pager all the time, which I cannot use it for any other purpose. So it used to beep like a very small sound, and I used to run back and see to log in my system to see what happened. So nowadays, if you are to any of our servers directly, or whoever are available online, we can guide them to how to resolve the issues. We can give our expertise to a junior developer to resolve that issue. So for the children also, if they got any doubt, they read that itself, then know itself. So they can enhance the technical knowledge, their personal knowledge, everything, and it is a great entertainment. And they can have no need to carry a huge camera nowadays. We are having, so we can if you have a phone with you, we can see that everything is within your office, your camera. Nowadays, everything is within your pocket if you are having a phone. So we have very minimum disadvantages. It's more prone to a cyberbullying, as we discussed. So if you are always online, if you are more prone to cyberbullying, if you coming to the kids, they would like to play the games on your mobile instead of going a physical, go play outside physically. So these are the few disadvantages, and it is easily targeted for the hackers. So because the children or the kids or the teenagers, they don't know much how to react to the questions. They may put a logical questions, and they will put it into some tense, and they can grab an information whatever they required. So we need to be very cautious on that, and they don't know on the limits on sharing the personal data. This is also the same thing. That's why we need to be, as the parents or elders, we need to be very cautious. We need to do a random checks, what are the apps they are installing, and we need to put a parental controls to make sure that they are not installing any of the apps. They may not be knowing it. It's that apps are not good for them. They may be installing it. So be friend in your social media group of your friends, so you will come to know what they are doing, how they are posting it, and educate them all the threats about the social issues and the hacker about the hacking issues that are happening around, so that they will be they may not fall into the same trap again. So we are seeing how to save ourselves from get rid of the bullying, hacking. I told already several things. So we need to always know our limits whenever sharing our data. And even if you are sharing in the data of your organization or sending information, especially when you are sending the information across the borders, you need to be very, very, very cautious. Recently, one of the social activists in India, when she don't know that she couldn't send, she is not supposed to send one of the document. She sent it to the UK, some of the social organization, and now she's in Bath, which happened recently, before 1 month ago. So when you're sending any information about your university or an organization, just get it reviewed with your lecturers, or get it reviewed with your dean or anyone or your counselor, to make sure, especially when you are sending support about your organization. So even in our teammates, whenever they are sending anything about our client, we always make sure that we review that. So that will be very good when you are sending it. So the security tips: use always multiple authentication, update your operating system regularly, increase your security settings. So avoid questionable websites. If you have any doubt, don't do it. Always, instead of clicking on the links, always go and type your ID in your browser. That will be very good, instead of just clicking on the links. So there may be a very similar, for example, to the bank. It will be very similar to your bank name. There will be a small spelling which you may not be able to identify it. So it's to follow all these practices, and always use the practices for the safe email, and continuously check for the threats and virus scanning, and always put the legitimate antivirus and anti-spyware in your system. Thank you very much. I have taken a little more time. Thank you for the Udayana University faculty and the staff members and the students for giving me this opportunity. I feel it's a great honor to share my knowledge with you folks. Thank you, and handing over to the.
All right, thank you, Mr. Krishna. That's a very insightful and clear explanation from you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, if you have any questions, you can type it in the chat section on your WebEx application with your name and institution following by. And please keep your seat properly, because we will move to our last speaker. Regarding to the development of technology, plagiarism and copyright are associated with this issue. They often violate it so that someone may lose their exclusive right that protects their work on the internet. Our last speaker will share his ideas about plagiarism and copyright. Hope we can avoid the violations on the public access. For brief, our speaker is a lecturer at the Department of Mathematics, Universitas Udayana. His research interests including statistical inference, asymptotic statistics, copula modeling, time series analysis, and computational statistics. He also involved in data science project with colleagues from Australia. He currently functions as the head of computing laboratory at the Department of Mathematics and as the head of undergraduate thesis committee. He also has been involved in community services at the Community Learning Center named PKBM Mentari Fajar for more than 5 years. He shared anything related to the education and lifelong learning, such as problem solving, critical thinking, scientific thinking, basic skill in workspace, writing skill, and digital literacy. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Iwayan Sumarjaya.
Thank you, Salsa. Okay, can you see my presentation? Hello, can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for introducing me, Salsa. My name is Iwayan Sumarjaya. I'm from the Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Udayana University, Bali, Indonesia. Today we will going to talk about open access, copyrights, and plagiarisms. Pamsi already mentioned that we live in digital society where ethics and also privacy is a norm today. And Krishna already mentioned about piracy, hacking, cyberbullying, and also ethics, and also about what happens currently in our digital world. Today we will be briefly talk about open access. What is open access? These and then we continue about the ethics of open access. We'll be briefly talk about plagiarisms and also about copyrights. Our topic today will slightly overlap with previous topics talked by Pamsi and also Krishna. So let's start it. This is one of website. This is archive, or I gave you have access this resource. This one is non-profit organizations that focus on library, offering books, movies, software, music, websites, and more. One of the most interesting feature of this website is the Wayback Machine. So you can search any URL of these previous website, just in case the website is broken. Say you want to access, for example, Yahoo website in 1994, say, you can type in here, and then you will be directly went to the archives website. So this is one of early movement of these open access content, and there are so many more here inside. You can find anything, articles, books, and anything that you wanted. We also have like this one, this PLOS website that offer free open access high quality journals, mostly about related to science, for example, biology and chemistry and something like that. This one also one of the foremost organization that promote open access to its authors, and also one of these organizations that think that science becomes more often if you advance and if you put it in open access. You may also have come across these websites, these DOAJ, or the Directory of Open Access Journals, that contains so many journals here. Up to yesterday, there are almost 11,582 journals, and they deposit like 5,700,000 something article records in this website. So it's basically, this is a movement to make more scientific article accessible to everybody worldwide without paywall. So this is one of the famous website for open access journals and articles. This one is the OAB, contains directory of open access books. Currently, they have like 36,696 academic peer review books, or more than say 600 publishers. So it's also large repository for open access books. Here you can find various subjects that interest you, for example, science, arts, linguistics, mathematics, and other subjects. Okay, so what is open access? You may have come across websites, then they offer something like, especially journal articles or books that has this this logo. This is one of open access logo that you can see at this website, creativecommons.org. So let's talk about this briefly, and what the benefits of this open access, and also the problems with this open access. When we talk about open access, we have at least 3 major milestones of open access movement. The first one is the earliest movement, called the Budapest Open Access Initiative, that declares this kind of free and unrestricted online availability, which we will call open access. So this initiative, the Budapest Initiative, highlight the word free and unrestricted online availability, which clearly suggests that we have information that remains accessible throughout our lives, as long as you have, of course, you have internet. So this kind of free, unrestricted online availability is important for us, and so many things happens today, especially the internet, is based on the same spirit. For example, software and software operating systems, applications, and things like that. And the next one is called the Bethesda Statement on Open Access Publishing, that define open access, especially open access publication, as authors and copyright holders to freely, irrecoverable, worldwide perpetual right of access to license, copy, distribute, transmit, and display to work publicly, and to make and also distribute these derivative works in any digital medium for any responsible purpose, subject to proper attribution of authorship, as well as the right to make a small number of printed copies for their personal use. So the point is also the same, but this definition is more like more definitive one. It's much more clear than the first one. So it's there. The core is still the same. Free, worldwide, and distributed, and also to make this derivative works. This is very important in terms of advancing science and technology. And the next one is what called the Golden Declaration on Open Access to Knowledge in Sciences and Humanities. And this definition is slightly more general. Open access as a comprehensive source of human knowledge and cultural heritage that has been approved by scientific community. So the point here is human knowledge, comprehensive human knowledge and cultural heritage. Now this is just a definition that basically the aim is enhancing and preserving human knowledge and cultural heritage. Of all these three, the mission is still the same. Free online availability worldwide, distribute derivative works, and accessible. So why we do publish in open access? Or what is the benefits of open access? First is worldwide distribution of your research. You can share with anyone, anytime, anywhere, since you own the copyrights for your work. So there is no limitation on how you share this information, share your research, anytime, anywhere, as long as you have internet connections. You put this on repository, and anyone can access this. The second one is recognition. Open access allows your articles to be easier to find and likely to be cited. Worldwide availability of your article means that your article is highly likely easier to be found, and people will easily cite your information in content in your articles, as long as they also read that some certain copyrights, we will talk about this later, and they are not infringe these copyrights. The next one is collaboration. Open access allows you an open opportunity for other researchers to collaborate, since your work is available freely. So this is very good opportunity. If you have published this in open access journals, it is highly likely that other researchers will collaborate with you, because they don't have to pay your articles. They don't. There's no paywall, so you can they can use whatever with your article, as long as doesn't breach any license, if any, in your article. So this is open up a more or a wider opportunity for other researchers. And finally, we can advance and improve science. Open access can be accessed freely, so everyone can get involved. This is a chance that nobody would imagine, say, 3 years, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, maybe 50 years ago. And the availability of internet has allowed this advancement. And anyone, almost everyone, can get involved and then try to develop, try to do their works, advancing what you have done, and also share again what they have modified from your journal or articles, code, and something like that. So this is basically a spirit that that maintains our community up until now. And science has never been a closed one. So if you trace back to the history of science, many scientists put their work accessible, become a public domain, and then we just learn from it, and then we can improve it as long as we have that capability. Just take, for example, imagine if mathematics or science develop in an isolated area and then nobody knows what you develop. It turns out that people didn't know what you did. People will might do pretty much the same thing, or say reinvent the wheel without you knowledge. You do the same thing, so this is a waste of time. But when you publish this, when you have this shared throughout the world, then you realize that your work will opens opportunity for any of these collaboration and advancement. So it's basically will the main idea of open access will improve the quality of research, advance the science with no restriction on using it. Okay, let us see the following scheme. This is the current funding cycles of research. So the government funds our research, for example, or maybe industrial support. You do research in this step, conduct research, and then read, write something, do experiments, and then publish this one, submit to journals, and then peer review, accepted in journals, and then when you accept to be your articles to be published in journal, you have to sign auto transfer copyright to the publish. You sign these copyright transfer, and then articles published in mainly closed access journals, and then librarians subscribe to these public access to journals, but they are all behind these paywalls. So it's not possible to pay even to see even one article. They do provide access to some article, but not all. Maybe if you are lucky enough, you can see like the first screen of the abstract of the articles you are searching for, but most of the time the access is limited. It's a closed access. It's behind it's behind a firewall. This since this is all behind paywall, these public grants a little or even no use rights beyond the access to just read the article. There are so many restrictions when you access these articles. So these the result of all this is that the scientific progress become very, very slow, and thus it will result in poor return on public investment. So the goal of scientific research to advance society is very much slow if you follow this scheme, basically. Now let us see the following scheme. The first one is pretty much the same with the previous one. The government funds your research. You will publish this in an open access environment. So you do the research and then submit to journals, and also the same process happens, peer review process, and then accept in journals. But this one is quite a bit different. This one should be accessible to everybody. So this one will be safe in an open repository, and then it will be published. everybody can access this article from this all open access repository. And the public benefits from using the rights to use this article based on open license on these publications. So the result is that accelerated scientific progress, optimal return on public investment. So this should be these major benefit of open access. So compared to the previous one, we see that the obstacles here is that you need to pay some money to access the articles that is supported by the government, which should be available freely. This is a problem. This is a problem for researchers in advancing the science, and also, of course, for the community, the public investment. So this is what these issues that one want to be solved by these open access initiative from the three major milestones that I just mentioned. So the next question will be, is this the development that so nice, and then do you think we have a problem that cannot be solved by this scheme? The answer is no. But let us see, before we talking about some problem with open access, we talk about why we should license your work. Jadi, license your work means you have given protection for your work. Say you can determine what users or readers of your article can and cannot do. And among these many licenses, we briefly discuss about Creative Commons, or here abbreviated CC, and there are six types of CC: CC by SA, CC by NC, CC by NCSA, CC by ND, CC by NCND, and CC0. Among all of these six types of CC license, CC0 is meant for public domain. You just given up all your works and it belongs to the public domain. And for these types of license, we will briefly discuss what is this, each of these license. And we need to understand this. For example, when you download something from the internet, say open access book or open access journal, we need to look at this license. Okay, this is some of license that you can see at these Creative Commons.org website. The first one is CC BY. This license allows you to reuse, to distribute, remix, adapt, and build on material in any medium, as so long as this attribution is given to creator. And this license allows you for commercial use. So this one allows for commercial use, but you need to give credit to the creator. In terms of our academic role, we need to cite this properly. So the credit must be given to the creator. This is the second most flexible license in the CC license. So this one has more freedom than the other five license. The other four license. The next one will be CC by SA. pretty much the same with these CC BY, except that there is SA, which means adaptation must be shared among, yes, share alike. So adaptation must be shared under the same terms. So you need to share this one and then properly attribute the same license, so CC BY SA. Just pretty much the same with the CC BY. You have this also BY, which means that you must give credits to the creator. Okay, so this one is more restricted compared to the CC BY. The next one is CC BY NC. Pretty much the same with these CC BY, but you cannot use this for commercial purposes. Okay, so as you can see here, there is $sign cross, so it means no commercial use. NC this is a shorthand for non-commercial use. But anyway, you can use this. It's very much the same. The idea of the CC is the same. Allow, distribute, remix, adapt, build. It's just that each of these acronyms is limited you from certain aspects. The next one is CC BY NCSA, which is required to give credits to the creator, not for commercial purpose. And also you need to share alike under the same term. Adaptation must be shared under the same term. You should use this the same term as these the owner of this license, and then you must use the same terms with the original licenses. The next one is CC BY ND. ND is no derivative works. Here you can still copy and distribute. Okay, so this is rather limited. Distribute, remix, adapt, and build. Almost for all the 4 CC I mentioned previously. This one is just allow you only to copy and distribute the material or in any medium or format in unadapted form only. And so long as attribution is given to the creator. So this one, you still have to give attribution to creator, but there is no derivative or adaptation to the work are permitted. So you cannot modify, you cannot edit any works under this license, CC BY NG. But you are free really to copy and distribute the materials on a medium or adapted. But unadapted form, sorry, yeah, there is no. The point here is that there is no derivatives or adaptation for the works. The next one is CC BY NCND. You can almost similar to CC BY ND. It's just that this is not for commercial and no derivatives. So basically, we need to pay attention to this and know what we can do with any contents that has this license, so that we are not infringe copyrights. This one is CC0. Is dedication for public domain and tools that which allows creators to basically creators give up their copyrights and put their works in the worldwide domain, and we can distribute, remix, adapt materials with no condition. You can even sell it. And this one is pretty much similar to the public domain license. So you can see in you access books through the archive.org that I mentioned in previously. Books in the US will be in status of public domain if the book is more than, if I remember it correctly, 70 years or something. So you just can use this freely. So you don't have to worry about downloading and copying books under, say, 1940, things like that. So this all is just another just a license that comes in these in the open access content. Of course, there are other licenses. For example, MIT license, Berkeley license, GNU GPL, and other license. So many license, and we just briefly talk about this Creative Commons, and then that is, as the name suggests, commons for our academics world. And we now move to the next section of some ethical issues with this open access. So the question is, do open access maintains also quality access journals or articles or books or any other sources? It turns out that this is not always the case. So there are some ethical issues related to this open access. The first one is the risk of publishing in predatory journals. Research by Shan and Bjork in 2050 concludes that there was almost an increase of volumes of publication of predatory journals from 50,000 to 400,000 articles during the 2010 and 2014, an increase in almost 8%, the number of these articles. There are also another problem. So it's a bogus versus quality open access journal. The more people, the more organizations put this in open access journal, it's much more difficult for us to distinguish between bogus versus quality journals. Maybe we can say you maybe me receive emails from our journals that says, for example, articles and can be published within, say, 1 week, 2 weeks. And as long as maybe you can pay some things, and also there is no peer review and things like that. So this is become problems now. This is just one indicators of a bad or a low quality open access journal. You can see all the journals that belongs to what people or what we know as the Jeffrey Bills list. You can access this one, Bills list.net. So all information about journal, open access journal that is being suspicious of, say, like scam, bogus, on certain very low quality journals are in this list. I know this is not the only. Jeffrey List is former librarian in the US, and he researched some of predatory journals and published this list. And there is a dedicated website that contains all lists of these open access journal. And believe it or not, even in some big publishers, there are predatory journals. So this is a major problem now. This you can also see some of the problem with this open access in a workshop just run by the European Scientific Commission. Okay, this is just briefly about what open access and how it impacts all of us as students, academicians and also researchers. Now we will briefly discuss what is plagiarism. Famsi already talked about, and also Krishna talked about plagiarism, piracy, and things like that. So let us look at the following painting, which is the original one. Okay, this is a painting. This is the paintings from Japanese painter named Hiroshige, and this one is from Dutch painter named Vincent van Gogh. It is believed that Vincent van Gogh was imitate the work of Hiroshige by, if you see the pattern here, is pretty much the same with this with the work of Hiroshige. And if you read articles by Wikipedia, you will find that this work of Van Gogh was years after Hiroshige. So it is clear that Van Gogh was imitating the work of Hiroshige. So Hiroshige arts called the painting is called the Plum Orchid in Kamedo, and the right one, the right pane, these Van Gogh imitation of Hiroshige is called Japanese flowering the plum tree. So if you read more details about these paintings, there is a dedicated Wikipedia page called Copies by Vincent van Gogh. You have so many paintings that copies by Vincent van Gogh, not only for copies the work of Hiroshige, but also other painters. So this is the case of plagiarism in the arts. The next one is plagiarisms of keynote speech. The left one is this keynote speech of Michelle Obama, and the right one is the keynote speech address by Melania Trump. As you can see, I highlight this one. This on the left and the right side is very much the same. Very much the same. So basically, Melania Trump copies what Michelle Obama was saying in her keynote address in 2008. This is evidence. There has been hot topics about this one. This is a different. It's not about politics, I mean, but this is different convention. This is one for Democratic, this one for Republic. So clearly, if you see the one I highlight, this is very much the same. It's not even, just very little paraphrase and almost the same. And the next one is a famous, an eminent primatologist. She is Jane Goodall. If you know this, you notice she is one of expert in primates. So she has been went to Tanzania jungles and people say like lives with the chimpanzee, and in 2013 she published Seeds of Hope, Wisdom and Wonder from the World of Plants, and it was believed to plagiarize from various sources. This is just the only sources that I took for this material. So this one taken from this website called the avalongroup.org. org, and then there is link here, choice organic trees HTML. So this one to the left and the right pane is this pretty much the same word. Of course, this unless the last sentences. Big cases for eminent scientists like Jane Goodall that do copying without attribution. Of course, this is not the only plagiarism cases done by famous people. You can see so many of them on the internet. Just Google them, and then there are so many cases. Not only scientists, also artists, musicians, photographers, and so many more. So basically, plagiarism is not only about not only happens in academic world, but in other aspects of life. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Sumanjaya.
Okay, I will finish.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay.
Due to our limited time, your time remains 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I will finish my talk very soon. Okay, so why does the plagiarism matters a lot? First, it is unethical and immoral. This is very clear. The second one, this is serious academic misconduct, and in some cases, this will result in revocation of degree, and some serious academic misconduct will, in some cases, if you know, this is happens in our country, also Indonesia, and also has happens in many other countries as well. The result of this plagiarism is not only loss in jobs, but also credibility of our work. So this is among two most important things that we should avoid: unethical, immoral, and then serious academic misconduct. So how do we prevent that? So the first one, of course, is proper citation. We should acknowledge properly the source that we use in our works. The next one is proper paraphrase. We need to write the words without altering the original meaning. Or the next one is proper summarizing, a good summary of passage, condense the content of what you read in your own languages. Of course, and the last one is good time management. Sometimes we do plagiarize because we just don't have time. Just don't have time to paraphrase, to say it in our words, and most of the time when you hurry to work and submit your work and then forgot to properly attribute the work to the original sources that you cite. Okay, that will be the end of my talk. Maybe we have the Q&A sections. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. It's really great topics to be discussed. Before we move, let me remind you to all the participants to fulfill the questionnaire, individually is available on the chat section or your WebEx application. Ladies and gentlemen, now you will be given opportunity to ask any questions to our speakers. Hope you can take this advantageous. For this session, we are open 3 questions from all the participants. So I think that there are already participants with their questions. Let me start with the first question from Dr. Nurul Islam. Can you please turn your microphone on? Okay, I think that I will read the questions. There are two questions from Dr. Nurul Islam. The first is, what is the ethical significance of one forward of a fake message on WhatsApp in the context of million people around the world? And the second question, is there any international body to bring them for accountable? I think this question is associated with the topics delivered by Mr. Vamsi.
Yeah, sure. That's a great question, Dr. Anurul. So this is like an ongoing issue across the globe. So the issue is like people are creating some fake messages and keep on spreading the fake news. So especially this point of time, they're working mostly on corona-related vaccines and corona-related things. So there is a no, I mean, I will first answer the second question and then I'll come back to the first question again. So right now there is no international body to bring them accountable, but each nation or each country have their own IT Act. So IT Act clearly says like whoever, I mean, there are two scenarios. One thing is if an individual is passing that message to a group, whether it's a WhatsApp group, Telegram group, or any kind of social media website. So at that time, like it's a group owner responsibility. So let us say myself, I am the group owner or a group admin. Someone I have a 200 members and someone is posting that message. So that should be controlled by me. And legally, I will be chargeable like as I'm not taking care of my group. So if I'm sending a message to individuals, so let us say if I'm sending the same message and I'm spreading some conspiracy, it could be some religious issue or it could be some fake news on anything. It could be related to vaccine or any ongoing issue. So if I'm doing myself and sending that message to 100 people, I'm copying and pasting. So if government found, I mean, right now, as I clearly mentioned, they will have the clear log of each event, whatever the users are doing. So if they find, they're going to charge it under the act. So whatever the IT Act defined for that each nation, they're going to do that. And secondly, like doing this kind of activities are not good. So let us say if you receive a message from your friend saying some sensational thing. So before you forward it to others, you should make sure whether that is true or just it is a false news. You are trying to spread it. So if you are spreading the false news, you will also be a part of that organized crime. And if there is any issue or anything, government or any officials are going to charge, they are going to charge that person who is the part of that entire chain. Yeah, that's a great question, Dr. Narul. And also, I wanted to talk like right now, social media websites are trying to put a new restriction. So if I try to forward same message to more than 5 or 6, I believe WhatsApp have a limit. You can't forward same message more than 5 people at a time. And also they have a some analytics at the background. So if a person is keep on spreading same news, again, not only that, like if a message being circulated more and more, they themselves are going to mark them as fake news. So in Twitter, I think when we had issues related with the coronavirus or elections, at the time Twitter is doing that, as well as Facebook is doing it. And coming to WhatsApp or any instant messaging apps, they are going to send a notice to the account holders, saying like you are trying to spread this kind of conspiracy. Hope that answers your question, Dr. Arul.
All right, thank you, Mr. Famsi. Well, we will move to the second question from Yeni Shafitri. You can turn your microphone on. Once again, Yeni Shafitri, you can turn your microphone on if you want to raise your questions. If not, I will read it for the speaker. All right, so the question, what must be held by a professional digital ethics so that the work results are credible, reliable, and objective?
Yeah, that's
I
another.
think, yes.
Yeah, that's another good question. So, thing is like here, I believe like this is mostly a employer-employee related question. So, if I'm working in a professional field as a professor or as a developer or any kind of profession I am in. So, one thing is like I should be knowing all the consequences, as already Surya told whatever the Copy Act writes, and when they're copying something, how they should refer, or how they're doing some plagiarism, how they are going to get caught. So they should be knowing that even if the employee don't know about it, it's again employer should have a proper process in the place. So like whenever they're writing internally, if it is a university, they should have some review system saying like before they turn in that work to some journal or some publishing academy, they need to run it in the internally. So there will be some tools for plagiarism, or if there are some tools for what you say for the uh, patent check and everything. So we need to cross check, and sometimes even our ideas are genuine. There is a possibility that idea being published by someone. So you need to prove this is how my idea is generated, and if there is any conflict, you should have that proper data or material to prove it's your genuine idea. Yeah, I hope I answer any question as well. So if you have any follow-up question, you can text it here.
All right, both are very good questions from the participants. Thank you for the answer, Mr. Ramsey. Maybe the other speakers, Mr. Krishna and also Mr. Sumajaya, if you want to add information regarding to what you have explained, you may have your time.
Like it is always advisable to follow the security security tips we are doing. So already knows that, but just to reiterate, we need to enable always it is advisable to enable the multi authentication. So so that not only we need to put the PIN as well as the password so that the hackers cannot do it, or they will not be able to break into your system. Whenever we are, these are simple things. Whenever we are doing any of the financial operations, we are not supposed to open any other tabs, especially social media tabs or any other things. So that is a good. It is better to do it in a private mode whenever you are doing any financial transactions. At least if you are not doing in a private mode, it is better to open a new browser and do only the financial transactions and close that one. These are the things I just want to reiterate.
Yeah, just I wanted to add one more point to Krishna's suggestion. So one thing we should remember, like just like in normal world, we have both good actors and bad actors. Like I mean, good people and bad people. Similar way, we should aware like even digital space also same. Like wherever you go, you'll have good people and bad people. Okay, you should always protect yourself and whatever you are trying to do, you should not open access to them. They're going to steal your data. They're going to steal your money or whatever it is. So if they once they started stealing it, your life is almost stolen. So as Krishna told a lot of times about how they are going to steal your bank passwords or your details, your maybe your voter ID card and your national ID card or passport. If they started stealing it, there is no way you are able to prove actually you are the person, the genuine person. So yeah, make sure, I mean, whenever you are doing something, always think about the security. Don't fall for cheap things. Whether if someone is selling a phone for, let us say the iPhone is some $1,000, and if you see advertisement, they are going to sell it for 600. So that is not going to be possible. So always there is a red flag. You need to think about why they are selling it. And if someone say they are going to give money, so if you click some link, we are going to give $100, or if you submit something, we are going to give $1,000. I don't believe like money is not going to be that much free, and no one is ready to donate to anyone. If they have that much time, they will donate to the people who is sitting next door, right? So they don't want to contact you. Yeah, that's all I have from my side. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your additional information. Maybe Mr. Sumajaya want to add something regarding to the previous questions.
I think Pamsi and also Krishna has have explained it clearly, and well, one of our major problem now is that privacy, and I think the main issue is that we put it on say like social media and things like that. We just well, most of our life we just especially we just giving up that privacy. Actually, if you post something in Facebook or on social media, and we just we hardly distinguish between privacy, fun, information. We just do this unconsciously. So I think we have to put more attention on that, because other third parties may use our data unintentionally, so for crime, cybercrime, things like that. Okay, I think that's all for me.
Diri siapa?
Thank you, Mr. Subagijaya. Okay, we're still open for any questions for all the participants who want to ask question. You can type your questions followed by your name and institution on the chat section in your WebEx applications. So there's a questions from Richie. You can turn your microphone on and deliver your questions.
Good afternoon. So
Yeah,
my question is for all
yeah,
three speakers, but
yes.
most importantly to Mr. Iwan Sumarjaya. So my question is basically knowing the importance of digital ethics and thus the main object of this talk, the digital commons. What do you think is coming for us in the future for our intellectual properties, like what have Mr. Sumarjaya have talked about, and the digital commons and our information and communication as Mr. Famsi and Mr. Krishna have talked about, as they are on the threads from both digital anarchy and on the opposite side homogeneity, and most importantly the threat from control. Yeah. So basically, in short, what is coming for us in the future for all of our digital commons? Thank you.
Yeah, Richie, that's a great question. So this intellectual property, what do you say, the collisions, that kind of conflicts are being there between the big tech companies as well. If you see the most of the cases versus Apple versus Oracle or Apple versus Google, as well as similar kind of things are happening in the research space as well. So it could be any kind of research, whether it is from computer science or biology or physics or somewhere. So there is, I mean, right now, I can say the homogeneity as well as those things are getting very close. But luckily, I can say there are some superficial computers or superficial algorithms which are going to see, like, I mean, it can match across the all the databases. So not just like, I mean, before that, the problem is like initially we publish some paper and some idea, and at some point of time, like maybe 10 years, after 10 years, someone from other nation or somewhere else, they will find it out, okay, this guy copied from my thing, and he published the same page or same kind of idea. But one way, I mean, one way at least I can say right now, these kind of superficial technology or superficial deep learning technologies are trying to identify the similarities. So let us say, I think Sumarjaya was showing some pictures and telling like this is in back in 1800s and in 1900s, someone copied it, right? So similarly, like there are more digital records, like they're going to at least there is a way to find who is copying the data. But in the similar way, still like some bad actors are going to use it in another way. Like they're going to use it like I mean, systematically they know how to write a paper or how to copy the intellectual property from one person to other, like without getting caught at any point. So it's a, I mean, I can say like it's a challenge. It's right now that is the challenge across the all the fields we have. So even to prove it's a guilty is something is really challenging, as well as even to find it is really challenging. Yeah, but hopefully the artificial intelligence, like the progression they are doing right now, it might solve this kind of issues. I mean, again, that is my take on your question. Maybe Sumarjaya or Krishna can add their take on same question. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to add some points to Vamsi. Maybe this, I think this is very good questions from Richie. I think what I'm going to stress here is that you need to understand license, say CC license, things like that, so that you can protect yourself and also limit the use of your contents, articles, videos, photographs, or things like any kind of content, so that users know their limitation, what they can and they cannot do. So in terms of in terms of what will happen in the future, and well, this the development of these information technology has become there is there is always pros and cons about these issues. One of the pros in this kind of thing is that you can have so many information, so many open access to wide variety of information that you need. On the other side, there is also highly likely that copyright infringement, misuse materials, and also plagiarisms undetected. Say if you do something like patchwork plagiarism, mosaic plagiarism, and things like that. So that is a challenge for us, and as long as you put license on your work, then you should protect you and also your users. I think that's a very that's all from me.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Krishna, if you want to answer the questions from PG.
Yeah, they have already answered it. In the we have already we have a testing called open source testing, which will be scanned all over right now the small projects will not be able to do that. We have a big companies like an IBM and all, they are charging a lot to do the open source scanning. What they will do is they will check our code with the open source code all over the available under the internet. If it matches, it will directly report that from where we have copied it and all those things. So mostly it will be in future, it will be very easy to identify those kind of things. So if the technology goes on, there will be like it will come to an affordable price for all the small companies as well. So we hope for the best in the future.
Okay, thank you for all three participants, sorry, three speakers, and also the questions from the selected participants. Due to the limitation of our time, I think we have to end this questions and answer session. But before we move to our next agenda, I would like to hope your willingness to fill the questionnaire shared by the committee in the section of YouTube comment and also your web applications. Well, again, I would like to say a sincere thank you to all the participants for your attention and enthusiasm. And of course, to our good speakers for your willingness to give us insightful ideas, especially about digital ethics. This is an amazing opportunity for me. Again, I would like to say thank you very much. Before I end the session, let me say a brief summary. The development of technology is coming with complex and various issues. The digital world becomes a space that may be dangerous if we cannot maintain the digital ethics. We may lose our privacy facing cybercrime if there is no consciousness to this issue. More than some again and again, digital ethics is very important to control everything happens in the digital world. Because actually, technology is nothing. What's important is that you have a faith in people that they are basically good and smart. And if you give the tools, they will do wonderful things with them. Quotation from Steve Jobs from Apple Corporations. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I could deliver. I am sorry if there is any mistake. Hope you have a great day. And finally, I will end up the session and the event will be charged back to the committee. Thank you.
to the speakers and moderators by the Coordinator of Mathematics Study Program, Faculties of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University, as well as closing today's event. We invite Mirsis Desa Putu Ekanila Kusmawati, SSE MSE, to the meetings room.
Okay. Can you listen well my voice? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. Thank you very much for the all participant or speaker. Now a session to give appreciation for all of speakers. I am on behalf of Mathematics Department, Faculty of Mathematics Natural Science, Udayana University, symbolize give a certificate for appreciation for 3 invited speaker, also for the moderator this session. For that, please show the certificate for the committee. Okay. Not shown any certificate, so we symbolize give appreciation to Mr. Pamsi Gali, Mr. Krishna Premnara, or Mr. Krishna Premnara, also for Wayan Sumarjaya for the sharing of material and their knowledge about digital ethics. Furthermore, to invited speaker all we are from Mathematics Department give this appreciation as symbolized. Also to Salsabila Ardiantari from English Department, Udayana University. Thanks for your contribution. Okay. Next session, let the committee give me chance to close this webinar. First of all, Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Nama Budaya. Best wishes for all of us. I am me as the coordinator of Mathematics Department, Faculty of Mathematics Natural Science, Udayana University. Would like to thank the speaker, Pamsi Gali, Premnara, Wayan Sumarjaya, and also participants, a student and lecturer from all over the Indonesia, from Udayana University, Institut Teknologi 10 November, UNM, Universitas Tarumanegara, UMKT, State University of Makassar,
State Polytechnic of Jember, Polytechnic Negeri Bali, Lampung University, Institut Teknologi Negeri Bandung, Institut 45 Bekasi, Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta University, Warma Dewa University, UNIPA, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana, Universitas Islam Madura, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, also for student and lecture, also head of department electrical engineering, Kanpur Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India. Also for participants from senior high school student and all participants from a public participant. I cannot name one by one. And the committee also, we would thanks for the duty today, so webinar can running smoothly, and even for this first event overall, I feel that this board committee deserve appreciation. And how I hope next webinar can be better than today. For after this all session, I hope the all participants can apply digital ethics and all the information obtained in this webinar while carrying out activities in the virtual world. So participants can become wise using social media. I hope also this webinar can provide benefit and a place to public to be able to get more information about ethics when using in digital world. As a final word, I apologize if during this webinar there is still imperfection, and we as the organizer will make it lesson and will be better for the next time. Om Santi Santi Santi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Namo Buddhaya. Salam best wishes to all of us. Thank you for all participants and also for the speakers.
Thank you to Mrs. Desa Putu Ekanila Kusmawati SSI MSI. With that, the International Community Service Webinar on Digital Ethics 2021 by the Coordinator of Mathematics Study Program, Faculties of Mathematics and Natural Science, Udayana University. This event is officially closed.
Announcement. The certificates for participants that have followed this event will be sent through participants' respective email addresses that the committee has received from the registration form. And we also remind the participants to fill in the attendance form and the questionnaire on the link that has been provided on the Webex meetings room chat and YouTube live comment.
This is the series of event today. We as the MC, would you like to thanks and apologize if there is something that not pleasing to the heart of the participants?
And hopefully, this event Mas Santi, Om.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom.
Namo Buddhaya.
See you in the next event.
Thank you.